Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to our 33rd stream today on Microsoft Flight Simulator. This is a flight from Seattle to Los Angeles, or famously known as LAX. And we are going to have a fun time tonight. Whoops, there's my audio. Sorry about that. Just watching back my stream, so apologize. So, we're going to be flying from Seattle to LAX, and we're flying in the iFLY 737 MAX 8. Yes, the gate that I parked at coincidentally has a glitch going on, so that is not my fault. This is the closest where I can find where the real-world flight parks, so we're going to be parked here with a glitch gate, whatever. So, yeah. Hope this all goes well, but today we're going to do this flight. Without further ado, let's get started. So, just to let everyone know, tomorrow we're going to be doing another flight, our weekend long haul, and this weekend's going to be a long haul from Dulles International in DC to London Heathrow. So, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow. It's going to be a long haul, and this is going to be our first A380 flight tomorrow, which is something I'm really excited for. So, I cannot wait. So it's going to be fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our batteries on. Awesome. Cool. So, without further ado, let's keep going. Okay, so if we get our performance and payload, let's go to our weight and balance. Let's get our sin brief plan out. So we are also going to request our catering services right now. D and Yonko catering. Awesome. Okay, so we'll get our packs out, 178 packs. Awesome, so that's going to be 60,000. Total 178 from what I'm seeing, so... Okay. Let's go to our estimated CFW for today. Estimated CFW 62089. So it's going to be 1400, I think. 62. Let's say 1200. 62. Let's add another 67. Yep, 62089. Awesome. So that's according to our Sindri plan for our CFW. So we'll have that located in there. Okay, so in our fuel, we're going to have the total fuel, block fuel of 8,069. So 8.07 equivalent. So 8069er. Well, that's rounded up. We'll also get our briefing preview. In this briefing preview, we will have trip fuel of 5272. Okay, awesome. And something fun as well. Any of you noticed that I got a haircut today? So, I have a haircut. I look great. Okay. All right, so let's set the payload, set the fuel, complete. All right. Make sure that everything's going okay. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to wait until we get our takeoff weights and our other stats loaded in. We're going to go to our FMC. We're going to load in the posts in it. We're going to go to our ref airport, which is going to be KSEA. Where are you? And then we're going to go to our nav displays up here. We also need to turn on our navigation lights, so that's going to be in our strobe. correct. We'll get our navigation lights on up there. Perfect. We'll also get our fuel pumps on as according to plan. So we have a little bit of a center pump on, so we will definitely turn that on. Have a little bit of fuel that we need for today's flight. Okay, we can turn that off. Okay. So what that means is we now have to go down here and turn on our GPS location. So to our GPS L, previous page, we will initiate that. Okay. So we'll go to our route, request our original, which is Seattle. KLAX is our next one for our destination. We will also go ahead and grab our flight plan and our flight number out of SimBrief, which says ASA 1144. Awesome. Let's go ahead and request a flight plan. We will also, while we're here, request our water service. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alright, flight plan is loading. Oh yeah, forgot to say for tomorrow, we're going to be using British Airways for our flight out of Dulles. I think flying the A380 tomorrow is going to be a very fun aircraft. I've not done it on YouTube before. I have done it for a long haul from Dulles to Munich before. I think next Saturday we're going to do Denver to Munich, perhaps. Estimated CFW is going to be 62.1. Okay, CFW. Reserves, which will be our alternative, is going to be 1.1. Awesome. 1.1, check. 39% fuel, that will be more than enough for this flight, so that's awesome. We also need to turn on our electrical units up here. Perfect. So all those are on. Okay. So, now that we have that, we need to go to our departure arrival. Grab our departure. So, grab our SimBrief plan. Seattle, 34 right. And then Suma 2. And then LKV. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Execute. Awesome. So we've got Seattle. Let's go to LAX. I think we... Make sure. Let me make sure. Next page. 34 right. Suma. LKV. I just want to make sure I had that switch on correctly. Alright, arrival for LAX. 24 right. That is one of the more popular runways in LAX, so that's perfect. Portable water tanks have been filled. That's good. Okay, so ILS 24 right. ILS 24 right. Okay, cool. Alright. So we've got that. And our transitions are earned. And mucked. Ah. Oh. Transition. Mucked. There you go. Star and transition. Mucked. Execute that. Perfect. Alright. So we'll go to our legs page. Make sure that all these are on properly. So we will go to the plan mode as well. page. Okay, so our arrival looks okay, so we'll take a look at that in a minute. That'll be our vector go around. Oh god, oh god. Yeah. Let's get rid of that vector right there. We don't need that vector. That's the problem. Hang on, let me see the issue. I've never seen something like this. Oh god, oh god. Okay, so basically we can get rid of that. Oh, probably because I placed it in twice. Okay, so get rid of... Let's go by step by step. Get rid of that. Execute. Let's go one at a time. Oh my god, that is really gonna drive me nuts. Okay, so get rid of Jogan. Execute. Okay. What we want? According to our flight plan, let's take a look. Wait, Suma. Okay, so Suma is the one we want. Let's get rid of... Previous page, hang on. Get rid of LKV. Well, that LKV I think is the transition. Yes, it is. So we can't get rid of that. Okay. Okay, Seattle, Suma. Okay, go ahead and step climb. Oh god, that's interesting. I will be taking control of this aircraft and directing it as soon as we get out of here, so that's going to be interesting. Step climb. Suma. I was not expecting this whole issue going on. We might want to get rid of that right there. I don't know what that is. Invalid delete. Oh, jeez. That's going to drive me insane. Step climb. Okay. Let's keep Suma. I'm going to get rid of LKV. That might be the issue going on. Okay, that's a little bit more stable. Awesome. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Let me go back to the previous page. Go to the step climb. That's a lot better. Okay, step climb. Okay, there's a transition. Cool. Yeah, our vector will be there. Perfect. Okay. Flight plan looks perfect. Awesome. All right. Let's go ahead and request the takeoff speeds. Freeze page. Make sure that's step. Okay, so that's just the vector. Okay, cool. I don't know what that is. Okay, so it probably is just going... Okay, yeah, we'll have to vector in. Alright, so now, we want to go to our init ref page, go to our N1 limit today. We'll go to our information from all the text as well. Okay, SCA for Seattle. All right, so 29.92. That's correct. 330 at 7 knots. Okay. Conditions dry, that's correct. 31 degrees Celsius. Perfect. It's good. Flap configuration. I think we're going to go flap 5 today because of our fuel. AC will be on. AI. Well, we are up north, but I don't think it's going to be that warm, so we're going to keep the anti-ice off. If it were snowing, that's a different issue. So, then according to our sim brief plan, our estimated takeoff weight is going to be 967, so close enough. But I want to be precise. Okay, so let's calculate this. Perfect. All right, so we have a cell temp of 45 degrees. Awesome. Go to our takeoff speeds. Flaps 5 degrees. 40, 42, and 52. Okay. Awesome. So those are our takeoff speeds. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our legs page. We're going to request the winds. Route data. Wind request. We're doing really well right now, so this is awesome. All right, load the winds. Execute. All right. Next thing will be the VNav. Let's go 2 pages down. Forecast. Load that. Whoa. Departure winds request. Jeez, did I just... Execute. Perfect. All right, so that was just a big mistake. Awesome. Okay, so that's our flight plan ready to go. 152, so let me go down and get our speed. Awesome. Those are our airplane on the outside. Okay, whoops. VNav. Why is our VNav and LNav not turning on? Okay. There must be something going on in the whatchamacallit. So let's also request our boarding. Okay, awesome. Sim brief, okay. Awesome. Cool. Alright, so let's go to our menu. Let's go to our system page. Let me think. We do have to go to our system page. I want to make sure that everything is... I want to make sure that our panels are working. Primary flight display. There we go. That's good. Yeah, this one we have not set up yet, so I'm just doing a bit of a setup. Show all traffic. Okay. Yep, that's good. Control unit display. Radio auto tuning. Yep, we want that. Yep. Other systems, make sure that ice detection probe. Climb thrust mode. Want simple mode on, that's right. Set. Miscellaneous, make sure there's something on here. Okay, that's basically all set, so I think so. We're gonna, what in the world? How do we have 40 packs on already? Something ain't right, hold on. I'm gonna restart the Kotel. It's not supposed to be going that fast. That's interesting. So weird. Warning requested. Alaska Airlines. Sim brief okay. Operate the stairs as well. Alright. Yeah, hopefully that fixes itself. It could also be the broken jetway too. That could be the problem. Alright, so I'm also going to get in touch with Beyond ATC, so let's start with our communication. Oh, whoops. We need to request IFR clearance, so... Alaska 1144 requests IFR clearance.
Alaska 1144, Seattle clearance, cleared to Los Angeles Airport. Suma 2 departure, Lakeview transition, then it's filed. Climb via SID except maintain 4000.
4,000,
Departure frequency
okay.
123.9er. Squawk 5031.
Alaska 1144, Seattle clearance, cleared to Los Angeles Airport. Suma 2 departure, LKV transition, then is filed. Climb via SID, except maintaining 4,000 feet. Departure frequency 123.9er, squawk code 5031.
Negative, departure frequency 123.9er.
Alaska 1144, departure frequency 123.9er, read back correct.
Alaska 1144, read back correct. Contact ground 121.7 when ready for push or start.
Contact ground 121.7 when ready for push or start. Alaska 1144. Okay, great. So what we did wrong up here is the field director. We have to have those on. Perfect. Both of them are on. And they're working this time. The LNAV is working. Huh. Okay. We will also turn our weather, data, position, and terrain on. Cool. Either those are mountains or as extreme weather. Yeah, it's a... it's a glitch going on with the gates, unfortunately, so we're just going to have to do with it.
Air Japan 117 Heavy, Seattle ground, pushback approved. Face west. Pushback approvato, face west, Air Japan 117 Heavy.
Doors. And I hope GS... Oh my god, it came out of nowhere.
Air Japan 117 Heavy, Seattle ground, hold position for company traffic.
And you wanna know what's funny too, there's no gate over here. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. There's a mountain over there. I don't know what mountain that is. Well, I don't know what to say. Alright.
Skywest 3733, gate Bravo 10, request pushback. Skywest 3733, Seattle ground, pushback approved. Face south. Pushback and engine start approved. Face south, Skywest 3733. Air Japan 117 Heavy, taxi for departure. Air Japan 117 Heavy, runway 34 right taxi via Bravo. Runway 34 right taxi via Bravo. Air Japan 117 Heavy. Air Japan 117 Heavy, Seattle ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest.
Pushback approvato, face southwest, Air Japan 117 Heavy.
Guess we're all ready to go with the packs, but we're gonna wait a few minutes for all these, whatchamacallits to board, or the baggage claims. Okay, well, that's good. We might be able to get out of here earlier then. Have a little bit of a wait for the taxi.
Skywest 3733, request taxi to be active.
I see that there's something going on with the scenery over there, possibly.
Skywest 3733, runway 34 center taxi via Bravo, Quebec. Hold short runway 34 right. Runway 34 center taxi via Bravo, Quebec. Hold short runway 34 right, Skywest 3733. Air Japan 117 Heavy, contact Seattle Tower 119.9er. Over to Tower 119.9er, Air Japan 117 Heavy, see you. Alaska Tree 61, Gate Delta 4 taxi via Lima, Bravo. Gate Delta 4 via Lima, Bravo, Alaska Tree 61.
Air Japan 117 Heavy, request taxi to the active.
And also, I hope that we'll have a better time flying the aircraft today due to the GSX issue. I hope we'll have a better pushback today. I am kind of I was irritated by that yesterday, so. We'll probably push back in the next 5-10 minutes, so.
Alaska 1182, gate November 1 tree. Request pushback and engine start.
Make sure we have everything on too.
Alaska 1182, Seattle ground, pushback approved.
It's all
Face
okay.
south.
Yeah, I think everything's okay, so.
Pushback approved. Face south, Alaska 1182.
Air Japan 117 Heavy, contact Seattle Tower 119.9er.
コンタクトタワー119.9 エアージャパン117ヘビーハブエイグッドアフターヌーン
SkyWest 3733, cross runway.
Oh, what I'm gonna
34
do is go
right,
AFK for a
Quebec.
minute, and then we're gonna get our flight going, so. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about the whole issue with the packs. But what it is, what it is, so I'll be back.
SkyWest 3733. SkyWest 3733, contact Seattle Tower 119.9er. Contact Tower 119.9er, SkyWest 3733. Have a good one.
Alaska 1182, taxi for departure.
Alaska 1182, runway tree 4 center taxi via Quebec. Hold short runway tree 4 right.
Runway tree 4 center taxi via Quebec. Hold short runway tree 4 right. Alaska 1182.
Okie dokie, y'all. I'm back. Let's get this going. For some reason, all of our passengers, I think, have been boarded, so. Boarding completed.
Alaska tree
Wow.
46, gate November 5.
Alright, awesome.
Request pushback
Let's go ahead and
engine start.
get our APUs on.
Alaska tree 46, Seattle ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face south. Alaska Tree 46.
Alaska 654, gate November 19er, request pushback and engine start.
Alaska 654, Seattle ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face west.
Pushback approved, face west, Alaska 654.
Okay. We will also go to our sim page. Let's go to our systems. We have to close the door. Oh, page up.
Alaska Tree 46, ready to taxi to the active.
Very good. All right.
Alaska Tree 46, runway Tree 4 right taxi via Bravo.
System page.
Runway Tree 4 right taxi via Bravo. Alaska Tree 46.
All right. Go ahead and request our pushback. Alaska 1144, request push and start.
Alaska 1144, Seattle ground, pushback approved. Face south.
Face south. Pushback approved. Alaska 1144. Awesome. All right, so face south. All right, pushback is going smoothly.
Alaska 654, request taxi to the active.
Alaska 2 Tree, gate November 19er taxi via Echo, Bravo. Over to gate November 19er taxi via Echo, Bravo, Alaska 23. Alaska 1182, cross runway Tree 4 right at Quebec. Continue taxi via Quebec.
Cross Tree 4 right at Quebec, continue via Quebec, Alaska 1182.
Alaska 1182, contact Seattle Tower 119er.9er.
Over to Tower 119er.9er, Alaska 1182.
Alaska 654,
25.
runway Tree 4 center taxi via Quebec. Hold short runway Tree 4 right.
Runway Tree 4 center taxi via Quebec. Hold short runway Tree 4 right, Alaska 654.
Okay, next engine. I really are having us push back far. That's interesting. Alright, I see that we're slowing down. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. That's a bit of a far pushback. 5%, so let's go ahead.
Alaska Tree 46. Contact Seattle Tower 119.9er.
Awesome.
Over to Tower
Wait for that
119.9er.
engine to simmer
Alaska
down a little
Tree
bit.
46.
Give it a second. Have a little bit of center fuel on, so we need to let that do its
Delta
job.
1307, Ram 290, request pushback.
Alright, we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and turn our APUs
Delta
off.
1307, Seattle ground. Pushback and engine start approved. Face north.
Pushback approved. Face north. Delta 1307.
Okay, taxi lights can come on. Okay, all are good up there. Go ahead and turn our window heat lights on. Probes.
Alaska Niner
Wrapping up.
25, gate November 17, request pushback.
Having utility switches. Awesome.
Alaska
Yaw damper
925,
on.
Seattle ground.
Engine switches on
Pushback
the
and
cons.
engine start approved.
Make sure that our maximum auto brake is on RTO. That's awesome. And I think we should be ready to go. Alright, so now that said, Alaska 1144, request taxi to runway.
Alaska 1144, runway tree 4
Taxi
right,
via Bravo.
via
Wow, this looks like a direct. Taxi via Bravo, runway 34 right, Alaska 1144. Alright, so we are ready to taxi. So let me just do something for a second. Let me get our camera tracking on. So I have one of those AI motion cameras, so I'm trying to get that ready to go and situated. So without further ado, let's begin our taxi process. Parking brake released, we are taxiing.
Delta 1307, ready to taxi to the active.
Delta 1307, runway tree 4 center taxi via Bravo, Quebec. Hold short runway tree 4 right.
Runway tree
Making
4
sure
center
those
taxi
are-
via Bravo, Quebec.
Since I'm getting the
Hold short
A380 ready
runway
to
tree
go
4
tomorrow,
right.
I had
Delta
I'm
1307.
going to make sure that the throttles were correctly plugged in. Yep, they were.
654, hold position for traffic.
Oh, you forgot to set the flaps.
Hold position for traffic. Alaska 654.
Okay, it's fine. Don't worry. We can set the flaps while
Alaska
we're
654,
taxiing.
continue taxi.
Would have been dangerous if we did not have them on for
Alaska
takeoff. So,
654.
all right. So we're doing pretty good. We're just going to take
Horizon Air
this
2016, Ramp Quebec
direct
7
taxi
via
to
Lima,
runway
Bravo.
34. So
Ramp
should be
Quebec
okay.
7 via Lima, Bravo. Horizon Air 2016.
Alaska Niner 25, ready to taxi to the active.
Alaska Niner 25, runway tree 4 center taxi via Quebec. Hold short runway tree 4 right.
Runway 34 center taxi via Quebec. Hold short runway 34 right, Alaska Niner 25.
also set our standard pressure while we're here. 29.92.
Horizon
Oh,
Air 2010, gate
Wow.
18 taxi via Lima, Bravo.
it looks like it was already set. So
Over to
that's
gate
awesome.
18 taxi via Lima, Bravo. Horizon Air 2010.
Alaska 654, hold position for traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position. Alaska 654.
It looks like there are a few airplanes. Oh, there's a Cutter 777. Wow, look at that.
Alaska
Looks like-
925, hold position for traffic.
Looks like there's an airplane
Hold
waiting
position,
for
Alaska 9er 25.
position currently, so hold on.
Alaska 9er 25.
Keep it up.
Taxi.
Well, that's interesting. Hold on.
Continue
We're gonna
taxi,
have
Alaska
to.
9er 25.
Alaska 654. Continue taxi.
Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. I don't think.
Continue taxi, Alaska 654.
This is gonna be interesting. His what's it called?
Delta 1363 at ramp 191. Request pushback and engine start. Delta 1363, Seattle ground. Pushback and engine start approved. Face west. Pushback and engine
Well,
start
what
approved.
ended up
Face
happening
west.
is
Delta
there was no
1363.
taxi lane. Let me see for myself. Was there a taxi lane? I guess if there was, I could just vacate. No, looks like there wasn't.
Alaska
So
1019,
I was not wrong.
November 17 taxi via Lima, Bravo.
No, we're gonna have to wait for this Delta to.
Taxi to gate November 17 via Lima, Bravo. Alaska 1019.
We're gonna have to wait for this Delta to continue taxiing. So waiting for this airplane to take off. I think that's what's causing the issue. So. Okay. We also want to turn our auto throttle on, so. Why are you not turning on? Thank you. Okay, what's going on here? Why is this thing taking forever? Alright, Delta.
Delta 1363, ready to taxi to be active.
There might be an airplane coming
Delta
in.
1363, runway tree 4 center taxi via Alpha, Quebec. Hold short runway tree 4 right.
Well, that's so interesting. Why is that plane waiting to take off?
Quebec.
Oh, that's interesting.
Delta 1363.
I think what's happening is this plane is not taking off, and the tower's not giving it the go-around command. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, that's interesting. They didn't crash. Ouch. Why is this plane not taking off? Well, there's no taxi lane over there according to the map, so I'm gonna need to wait until we're ready to go. This Delta needs to move. This Alaska Airlines on the runway needs to move. So that this Delta can move. There's traffic. We've got to go.
Alaska 628, at gate November 15, request pushback.
I'm gonna try and tune into the tower. See if that does anything.
Alaska 628, Seattle ground, hold position for traffic.
Okay, here we go. We're on tower. See if anything happens. Alright, is there something going on the runway that's causing this? Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know why that Alaska Airlines is. Oh, you know what? Why? Because there could be a Delta taxiing there. Yeah. Oh, there goes the Delta. Yay! Alright, let's keep going. Oops. Trim. Alright. Alright, traffic's on operation again. Traffic is operating again, so that's awesome. Let's get going to the runway. Alaska 1144, request departure, runway 34 right.
Alaska 1144,
Line up and
runway
wait.
34 right. Line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 34 right, Alaska 1144.
Alaska 1144, Seattle Tower, wind 310 at 7, Arnav to Nezik, runway 34 right, cleared for takeoff, traffic
wow.
6 mile final, no delay.
Clear for takeoff, runway 34 left, traffic 6 mile final, no delay. Arnav to Mizu, wind 310 at 7, Alaska 1144.
No. Alaska 1144 cleared for takeoff, traffic 6 mile final, no delay, runway
That's
34
what I just
right.
said. Alright, I'll just accept the clearance since we
Runway
have to...
34 right, Arnav to Nezik, cleared for takeoff. No delay, Alaska 1144.
Alright, we're all cleared. Oops. Alright, let's go ahead and start lining this up. We are cleared. Traffic 6 miles. Oh, look at the terrain on this. We are about to have a takeoff that is, well...
Seattle Tower, SkyWest 3941. Visual runway tree 4 left.
SkyWest 3941, Seattle
Alright,
Tower,
we're ready to go.
wind 310 at 7, runway 34 left, cleared to land.
Runway tree 4 left cleared to land. SkyWest 3941.
Alright, let's do this. Whoa, what in the world? Uh-oh. Woo! What in the world? Scenery issue. Airplane issue. Yay. Rotate. What a good takeoff. Smooth rotation. All right, gear is coming up. I've never seen something like that chaotic before. I don't know what to say.
Alaska 1144, contact Seattle departure.
Contact Seattle departure, Alaska 1144. Keep climbing it up. All right, we're gonna start making our first turn here in a moment. Alaska 1144, Seattle departure, flight level 047. All right, so we're gonna start making our first turn.
Alaska 1144, Seattle departure. Good afternoon, radar contact. Climb, maintain flight level 180.
Climb and maintain flight level 180, Alaska 1144.
Bank angle.
Jeez. We are 7,000 feet in the air.
Bank angle, bank angle.
All right, we're at 10,000. All right, let's go ahead and put our autopilot on and engage. All right, landing lights are coming off. Forgot to turn off the packs at takeoff, which is not good. Okay, awesome. We are all set. Interesting. I don't know why that came off. Probably because I changed the throttle. Oh, Philku, how's it going? I've been alright. What have you been up to? I haven't seen you in a while. What's new? Everything's been alright. Been gaming. Having fun. Podcasts. There you go. I like to hear that. How is it podcasting? I had my first voice actor. Oh, wow. Congrats, man. How'd it go? If you don't mind me asking.
Alaska 1144. Contact Seattle Center 128.5.
Yeah. Contact Seattle Center 128.5, Alaska 1144. I've never seen that glitchy of a takeoff before anyway, so I don't know what to say. Seattle Center, Alaska 1144, flight level 165.
Alaska 1144, Seattle Center. Good afternoon. Climb maintain flight level 370.
Oh. Climb and maintain flight level 370, Alaska 1144. There you go. Perfecto. We're up. And then as soon as we hit 18,000, we will hit standard pressure. Awesome. Amazing. We talked for 2 hours. My next one is this upcoming week. Oh my gosh. Well, my question is, what would you be acting for if you don't mind me asking? 1. Oh wow. Dude, that's impressive. Well, what would you be acting? What would you be acting for? What would you be doing? If you don't mind me asking. All right, 20,000 feet. We're gonna get our thumbnail here and we'll put it on our YouTube video. So, all right, fasten seatbelts off. Awesome. 20,000 feet. Flight's going smoothly so far. That takeoff was a bit ironic, I will say. Okay, Philco Productions. No, I'm interviewing voice actor. Voice actor. Oh, you're interviewing them. Like, I'm talking to voice actor. Okay. Are you planning on making a production or something like that? Or maybe are you just doing like a podcast and are you interviewing them just to get to know the actors, I suppose? Oh, wow. Look at the
Alaska
mountain.
1144. Contact Seattle Center 134.9
Contact Seattle Center 134.905, Alaska 1144.
Negative. Seattle Center on 134.9
Oh, oops. Alaska 1144, contact Seattle Center 134.905. See you.
Negative. Seattle Center
Oh,
on
okay.
134.9
I just said that. Why is it not reading
Center
me?
on 134.905, Alaska 1144.
You're talking to voice actors. Okay. Alaska 1144, flight level 240. Awesome.
Alaska 1144, Seattle Center.
Well done. I love how I can talk with the AI ATC. It's awesome. All right. Let me wait for the right moment for this thumbnail. We're climbing. I'll wait for the right moment. Give it 1 minute. What else have you been up to, Philku Productions? Let's see how far we are. All right, we're pretty close. Close enough. Hang on, we're gonna wait for it to center, and then we will get our screenshot. Ready? Whoa, 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 whoa. Turbulence, turbulence. What's going on? All right, so it's miss. Hang on. That was rude. All right, thumbnail. Finding more people to bring on the podcast. Back to school plus my birthday is coming up. Hey, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday! All right, finding more people to bring. Yeah, I'd be happy to be on the podcast if you'd like me to. Alright, file location. myself so I can do the thumbnail. Okay. Alright, we're 30,000 feet. We're going 430 knots. It's awesome. Alright, top of climb coming up.
Alaska 1144. Contact Seattle Center 124.2.
Contact Seattle Center 124.2, Alaska 1144. Alaska 1144, flight level 317. Seattle Center.
Alaska 1144, Seattle Center.
Well, all I have to say is that was an interesting takeoff. I was not expecting that issue to occur when the airplane landed and the scenery. So, okay, coincidental scenery issue? I wonder. He gave me a 171. Alright, whatever. It happened. Okay. Okay, and we currently have 1 hour and 43 minutes left, so that's awesome.
Alaska 1144. Contact Seattle Center 126.6.
Contact Seattle Center 126.6, Alaska 1144. Seattle Center, Alaska 1144, flight level 340.
Alaska 1144, Seattle Center, copy.
We're going 435, wow.
flight level tree 28 for flight level tree 50 direct Powell.
Alaska 1182, Seattle Center, copy. Alaska 600, contact Seattle Center 128.15.
Center on 128.15, Alaska 600.
Sean Nguyen, hello, how are you? How's it going today? What's new? Oh, oops. I don't need my replay system on right now.
Horizon Air 2220, contact Seattle Center 128.15. Take care.
Center on 128.15, Horizon Air 2220. Have a good one.
Here's our new thumbnail. Okay, we're going 429 knots. Here's another mountain. I wonder if that's Mount St. Helens down there. I wonder if it is. Are we over Mount St. Helens? Let's see. It has to be Mount St. Helens, is it? No. hard to see. Let me see. I don't know what that is. Interesting. The mountain we passed, well up north. We'll look on the map. I'm actually curious. What mountain did we pass? Let's take a look.
Alaska 1144, you're off course. Cleared direct Lakeview. Resume home navigation.
Oh, jeez. Resume home navigation, Alaska 1144. Thank you. Mount Hood, I think we passed. That was, no, that was Mount Rainier. The big mountain was Mount Rainier. I think it was Mount St. Helens. Wow, that was, yes, I think it was Mount St. Helens. Right on that? Was there, oh, wow. I don't know. We had Mount Rainier. Okay, I think that was Mount Hood that we cross. Yeah, that was Mount Hood, but Mount St. Helens is way back there. Okay, I thought we. That might be Mount St. Helens right there. Right there. Okay. Yeah, but we passed it. I want to go back and watch that takeoff. I saw it was so embarrassing.
Alaska 1144, contact Seattle Center 128.15. Have a good afternoon.
Hold on. I'll get to you in a second, ATC. I want to see this takeoff. Oh my god. Well, that was a... In regard to liftoff.
1144, contact Seattle Center
they're not gonna...
128.15. Have a good afternoon.
They're not going to be quiet. Okay. Contact Seattle Center 128.15. Have a good afternoon yourself. Alaska 1144. Alaska 1144. Seattle Center, flight level 370. Yeah, that takeoff was...
Alaska 1144, Seattle Center, copy.
I have so many problems about that takeoff. Oh my god. I was cleared for takeoff, too. That's the funny thing. I was cleared, and then they... I don't know what to say.
1012 Seattle Center.
Passport. Alright, so we have an hour and 31 minutes, so we're gonna have an hour and a half until we make our progress, so it's awesome. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go to the outside view and watch the airplane from there. We're just gonna enjoy the view. be right back, folks. We go do something for a few minutes.
Center 127.6. Alaska 1144. Contact Seattle Center 127.6. Alaska 1144, Seattle Center.
Okie dokie. Back. One hour and 17 minutes. We're about to enter California, so that's good.
Center. Radar contact. Continue climb to flight level tree 70. Continue climb to flight level tree 70. United 2262.
And they were approaching San Francisco. Not exactly. An hour and 10 minutes. Oh man. What's our speed? 411 knots. Oh my goodness. We're heading really slow right now. I'll check the winds for this flight. This would be interesting to see. Oh goodness, we're facing against the wind. Oh goodness. Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate. 411 knots. Maybe we could have done LA to Seattle, though. I kind of would prefer landing in LAX and then Seattle. Especially with a scenery like that. I would trust LAX better.
Delta 1012, Seattle Center. Copy.
We got 57 minutes left.
Seattle Center, Southwest 1817, flight level 339er. Southwest 1817, Seattle Center. Air Canada 1058, contact Oakland Center 128.8. Have a good afternoon. Center 128.8, Air Canada 1058. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Seattle Center 124.85. Contact Seattle Center 124.85. United 2262. Allegiant 1702, flight level tree 50. Allegiant 1702, Seattle Center.
Seattle Center, Alaska 1144. Good afternoon. Flight level 370.
Alaska 1144, Seattle Center. Alaska 1144, contact Oakland Center 126.9er. Have a good one.
Center on 126.9er, Alaska 1144. Have a good one. Oakland Center, Alaska 1144. Good afternoon. Flight level 370.
Alaska 1144, Oakland Center.
Oakland Center, Southwest 897, flight level 2 tree.
Southwest 897, Oakland Center. Good afternoon, radar contact. Continue climb to flight level tree 70.
Continue climb to flight level tree 70, Southwest 897.
Alaska 1144, contact Oakland Center 128.7. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Oakland Center 128.7, Alaska 1144. Oakland Center, Alaska 1144, flight level 370.
Alaska 1144.
Okay, all.
Oakland
I
Center,
am here. I was just letting my head take a break from having the headset on for a bit. So, what's going on, chat? If anyone's there. We're about to make a turn. Facing a little bit of wind. Oh boy.
Alaska 1144, Oakland Center, expect Ironman 2, runway 24 right.
Expect Ironman 2, runway 24 right, Alaska 1144, Oakland Center.
Alaska 1144, contact Los Angeles Center 124.15, see you.
Contact Los Angeles Center 124.15. Have a good day. Alaska 1144. Alright, we want to start getting our minimums ready to go. Alaska 1144. Los Angeles Center, flight level 370.
Alaska 1144, Los Angeles Center, roger.
I'll get our vectors are... Okay, we got our inert ref. Or actually, what was the number again? 322. Okay. Okay, according to Sky Vector 322. Perfect. We will also set our approach speeds as well. Let me check the runway size a little bit closer. So we probably want full flaps for this one.
Alaska
So it's one of
1144.
LAX's
Descend
smaller.
via Ironman to arrival. Los Angeles landing runway 24 right. Altimeter 2981.
142. Okay. We probably want the final waypoint or full flaps because of how small this runway is in LA. Let's see, what did it say? Descend via Ironman 2 arrival, Los Angeles landing, runway 24 right, altimeter 2981, Alaska 1144. All right. We are about to begin our descent, so we will begin. We'll descend to 5,000 first. Alright, we are about to begin our descent into LAX.
Alaska 1144. Contact Los Angeles Center 127.1.
Contact Los Angeles Center 127.1, Alaska 1144. So our landing
Negative.
charts.
Los Angeles Center on 127.1.
Alright. Contact Los Angeles Center 127.1, Alaska 1144. Interesting. Los Angeles Center, Alaska 1144, flight level 370.
Alaska 1144.
6,000.
Center.
Huh.
Descend and maintain 6,000. Altimeter 2981.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet, altimeter 2981, Alaska 1144. Alrighty, any second now, any second. Any second, there you go. Alright, we are beginning our descent.
Southwest 1662. Contact Los Angeles Center 1 tree 5.5. Take care.
Center on 135.5, Southwest 1662.
iFLY aircraft is working so well. I love the FS Labs aircraft a lot as well. I find that the iFLY is better at flying the aircraft. Folks, I'll be right back in a minute.
Wingspan 24, Los Angeles Center. Expect Jason Tree, runway 1 left.
Expect Jason Tree, runway 1 left, wingspan 24.
Los Angeles Center, SkyWest 4065, flight level 342. SkyWest 4065, Los Angeles Center, continue climb to flight level 350. Continue climb to flight level 350, SkyWest 4065. Alaska 1144, contact Los Angeles Center 1 tree, 5.5, take care.
Center on 135.5, Alaska 1144. Los Angeles Center, Alaska 1144, descending via Ironman 2, flight level 255.
Alaska 1144, Los Angeles Center.
Alright, I'm back. I realized that the engines were on constant the whole time. Okay. Not the biggest deal. Alright, 20,000 feet, descending into LAX. Feet. Set to arrive in 6 minutes. Slowing down to 280. It looks like we are making good progress in
November
LAX.
605 Foxtrot. Contact Santa Barbara approach 122.905. Contact Santa Barbara approach. November 605 Foxtrot.
Alright, 14,000 feet. Check.
Alaska 1144. Contact Los Angeles Center 125.8.
Contact Los Angeles Center 125.8, Alaska 1144. Gonna be slowing this aircraft down a little bit. Los Angeles Center, Alaska 1144, flight level 124.
Alaska 1144, Los Angeles Center. Alaska 1144, contact SoCal approach 124.5, have a good one.
Contact SoCal approach 124.5. Have a good day, Alaska 1144. SoCal approach, Alaska 1144, flight level 176.
Alaska Alaska 1144, SoCal approach, altimeter 2982, expect the visual approach runway 24 right.
Altimeter 2982, expect the visual approach runway 24 right, Alaska 1144. All right, 293 knots. Check. Alright, we are on our downwind approach into LAX. We're just heading Open City. Evening time. I knew there was going to be an evening approach into LAX anyway. Because it's right now, it's currently 10:04 Eastern time. It's going to be 7:04 Pacific time. So. Alright, 15% fuel off. We got enough. Alright, so we're making our turn. We're going to be a short final. We're using our spoilers to slow the aircraft down subtly, so a little bit quicker. Alright, we are almost at our approach speed, or our next altitude, so that's good. There's downtown Los Angeles right down there. Cool. We might be a bit high right now. Alright, we're going 250 knots. Awesome. All right, 238 knots, awesome. We're at our 6,000 feet. Point should be okay. Let's keep going.
1144.
4,000,
Descend and
awesome.
maintain 4,000 feet. Altimeter 2982. Vectors for the approach.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Altimeter 2982. Vectors for the approach. Alaska 1144. Awesome. We are doing pretty good. I think Beyond ATC has us doing very well thus far, so hopefully, fingers crossed, this will all go well. Alright, once we get to 5,000, we're going to put our first flap down. Once we get to 3,000, we have to turn to 180 knots.
Alaska 1144. Turn right.
We're a bit high.
heading
We're going to wait a
190,
minute or
intercept
two.
24 right localizer. Descend, maintain 2,900 feet.
2,900 feet, jeez. Descend and maintain 2,900 feet. Intercept the 24 right localizer, heading 190. Turn right. Alaska 1144. We're going to delay the request for a minute so that we're not too high coming in. So last time I did this approach into LAX, we were a bit close. So we're going to give it a minute and then we'll come in. We're going to do a little bit of vertical speed. All right, we can put our first flap down. All right, let's get our heading on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's interesting. Why did our game just freeze?
SoCal approach, SkyWest 4065, 14,500 with the numbers.
All right, next flap's coming down.
SkyWest 4065 SoCal approach.
Localizer.
2982. Expect the RNAV Zulu runway 24 right via darts.
Altimeter 2982, expect the RNAV Zulu runway 24 right via darts. SkyWest 4065.
Alright, what we're gonna do, okay, maybe what it will do. Why are we maintaining? Why are we maintaining? Oh, the constraints, I see. Hold on. Localizer checked. Why are we ascending? This is weird. Oh. We're at 167 knots. The question is, why are we... Oh, jeez, this is weird. Alright, approach mode's coming on.
Alaska 1144. Airport is at your 12 o'clock.
I don't feel
20
safe
miles.
about this. This is weird.
Report the field in sight.
Okay, hang on. Airport is at your 12 o'clock, 20 miles. Report field in sight, Alaska 1144. Alright, autopilot mode. Engage.
Alaska 1144. Cleared visual approach runway 24 right.
Cleared visual approach 24 right, Alaska 1144. Come on, go.
SoCal approach,
Come on.
SkyWest 3930.
Thank you.
17,100 with the numbers.
SkyWest 3930. SoCal approach. Altimeter 2982. Expect the visual approach runway 24 right.
Altimeter 2982, expect the visual approach runway 24 right.
Then we're gonna go 155 knots. I wonder if we're too far out and we're a bit high up. Oh. Well, I mean, you know what? Maybe we might be. If we're going at a slow speed, we should be okay. Alright, yeah, we've got autopilot approach mode on. Get our glide slope on.
Cleared RNAV Zulu runway 24 right, SkyWest 4065.
2900. Check. Getting close.
SkyWest 3930. Lead Waker heading 090. Expect radar vectors for visual approach runway 24 right.
Lead Waker heading 090. Expect radar vectors for visual approach runway.
Alright, next flap coming down.
SkyWest 3930.
SkyWest 3930. Turn left. Heading 095. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Vectors for the approach. Expect further clearance in about 3
Alright, I
miles.
think I'm in touch with the runway.
Turn left, heading 095. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. SkyWest 3930.
We're gonna go our full final approach speed. VNAV, LNAV cannot be on because of the glide slope, so we're on our glide slope. This is pretty good. I think
Alaska 1144. Contact
Yep,
Los
insight.
Angeles Tower 133.9er.
contact Los Angeles Tower 133.9er, Alaska 1144. Okay, once we get to... Alright, yeah, we're coming in. 30-degree flaps. Once we get to 2,000 feet, we will be commencing our final flap. Alaska 1144, flight level 026.
Alaska 1144, Los Angeles Tower.
Awesome.
235 at
Landing
115,
clearance.
Runway 24 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 24 right, wind 235 at 11, Alaska 1144. Alright, I forgot something. Gears coming down. Forgot to get my... Alright. Final flaps coming down. Alright, let's do this all. Landing in LAX. Actually, I did a pretty good job estimating this, so this is great. We are on glide slope perfectly. That's awesome. Nice sunset too. That's fantastic. Probably we're struggling to get on to final in the approach, but then I realize now we're doing great. So 141, that's a good speed. I'm noticing that we might be receiving a bit of a side wind, so that might be an interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. All right, coming in. Once we get our 1,000, disconnect. All right, we have full control. I hear you, I hear you. Thank you. All right, let's lower this aircraft a little bit so that we have a little bit more, I mean, a little bit more. Sometimes the glide slope takes us in a bit high, so we have to rearrange our glide coming into the runway. So we've been cleared. This is the beauty of landing in LAX. There's such a strong, a long approach.
Glide slope.
Glide slope, that's awesome. Perfect.
Glide slope.
Glide slope,
Approaching minimums.
Glide
400.
slope.
400 feet, check.
Glide slope.
Minimums.
Minimums, checked.
Glide
300.
slope.
$200.
Glide slope.
We're looking
Glide slope,
really good.
100.
Glide slope.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, that felt great. That felt great. I forgot to arm the spoilers. Crap. Oh, wow.
Alaska 1144. Exit left at Alpha Alpha.
Exit left at Alpha Alpha. Alaska 1144.
Los Angeles Tower, SkyWest 4065, RNAV Zulu runway 24 right. SkyWest 4065, Los Angeles Tower, continue. Roger, SkyWest 4065.
That felt really good. Did I have those on? $154 FPM. Yeah, that felt really good, by the way. I knew that was
1144. Contact ground 121.65. Have a good one.
Contact ground 121.65. Have a good day. Alaska 1144. Alaska 1144, request taxi to assigned gate.
Alaska 1144. Gate 65 taxi via Alpha Alpha. Hold short runway 24 left.
Hold short runway 24 left. Taxi via Alpha Alpha. Alaska 1144.
Negative. Taxi via Alpha Alpha. Gate 65 via Alpha Alpha.
Hold short runway 24 left.
Alaska
Is there a aircraft taking off?
Alaska 1144. Cross runway 24 left.
There,
at
okay.
Alpha Alpha. Continue taxi via Alpha Alpha. Charlie 8.
Continue taxi via Alpha Alpha, Charlie 8, Alaska 1144.
Negative. Cross runway 24 left at Alpha Alpha.
Cross runway 24 at Alpha Alpha, Alaska 1144.
Negative. Cross runway 24 left at Alpha Alpha.
This is what I have to deal with. Alaska 1144, cross runway 24 left at Alpha Alpha. Continue taxi via Alpha Alpha, Charlie 8. Thank you. It takes my request. Let me see where we're taxiing too as well. Oh goodness, we're gonna have a long taxi. Oh goodness. By the way, that landing felt really good. We'll review it here in a few minutes. Sunset landing into LAX, that was beautiful. Probably one of my better ones. Not my record, but felt really good. 154, which is a good touchdown. I've had a rough history of landing at LAX. The last flight I had, I did really well, and I think now I'm making up for it. So I think I've improved my landing rates with the iFLY 737, and now that I'm playing the game more, it feels great to get some great landing rates. We need to also turn on the APU as well.
SkyWest 4065, gate 21 taxi via Alpha Alpha. Hold short runway 24 left. Gate 21 via Alpha Alpha. Hold short runway 24 left, SkyWest 4065. SkyWest 4065, cross runway 24 left at Alpha Alpha. Continue taxi via Alpha Alpha. Echo, Delta 9er, Delta 8. Cross runway 24 left at Alpha Alpha. Continue taxi via Alpha Alpha. Echo, Delta 9er, Delta 8, SkyWest 4065.
This is going to be a long taxi. Oh boy. But I will say, LAX is a great airport in default. Unfortunately, Dulles is not, but Heathrow is. So, yeah. Tomorrow we're going to have fun at Dulles, however. We're going to make the best of it. You know, I'm thinking maybe we can board passengers quicker if we do the ramps, or not one of the ramps, but we park at a parking spot rather than, oh yeah, let me also turn off the strobe as well. Yeah. Forgot about that. Thank you. Okay. I know I forgot something.
SkyWest 3930, gate 27 taxi via Alpha Alpha. Hold short runway 24 left. Gate 27 via Alpha Alpha. Hold short runway 24 left. SkyWest 3930.
SkyWest 3930. Cross runway 24 left at Alpha Alpha. Continue taxi via Alpha Alpha. Echo, Delta Niner, Delta.
Cross runway 24 left at Alpha Alpha. Continue taxi via Alpha Alpha. Echo, Delta Niner, Delta, SkyWest 3930.
Oh, we're getting a bit fast. Let's go ahead and slow it down. All right, awesome. This default LAX is really good. I would rather land in good freeware defaults. I mean, we're not that far from our gates, so this is good. I wish they had this land on this side of the airport instead of the other side. Oh, this is our turn right here. Closer. Not that one. Actually, it might be this one. Yeah, here we go. Hold on. Make sure I'm not misinterpreting. No, it's gonna be this one. Might have been that one, but whatever. I noticed that there were other aircraft in the way, unfortunately, so... Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh my god, this aircraft is... Going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. All right, parking brake. We did it. Okay, before we did, APUs must be on. Okay. So that means we can turn off our... Alright, awesome. Menu. Let's go ahead and get our GSX. Operate the jetway. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I actually did okay parking in spot. Awesome. Okay. Very good. Rusty boarding. Alright, so we can turn the logo light off, we can turn the anti-collision beacon off. Awesome. Okay. We are down, everyone. Awesome. Alright, let's also check what landing reminder gave us. 168, perfect. Huh, well that's off. Alright. Atlanta gave us 166. Wow, I landed really early. Yeah, that was really early. Okay, so let's take a look at our landing review for today, everyone. Boarding passengers now. Awesome. So what we'll do is we'll Alright, we're deboarding. Alright, so now that we have everything deboarded, or, well, not everything deboarded, but now that we're deboarding, let's go ahead and review our Alpha text. So, anything new in the chat before I do? Anything new? Okay, that's okay. Okay. So, if we go to our window, we can go to Alpha text. So, this is what Alpha text is providing to us. Our average for our overall career has moved down to a 177, which is by 1 point. Here is the flight itself. Seattle to LAX. That landing felt really good, by the way. So let's see. First, second, oh my god. Okay. Just off-centered, but that was way better than last night. Must have came in a little bit low. If we flew a little bit higher coming in, we probably would have been a little bit better off. Landed a bit early. I could agree with that. So, probably would have been best if we got into the third square, but definitely was a legal landing. That's for sure. I'm probably going to give it a solid 7.5. That was, I actually downgraded yesterday's landing to a 6. So this is better by 1.5 points from yesterday. So, fell a little bit early. But 154 with a 125 knot speed and 1.10 G-force, that's definitely really good. Now, with all of this in mind, Seattle's takeoff, with the weird coincidence of the scenery, and the weird coincidence of the scenery and the whatchamacallit, it gave us a landing rate on here, 171 FPM at 91 knots. Though we still took off successfully, so that's the only. That's not. I'm not that worried about that. Okay. Drives me insane. Trust me. Okay. Landing rate monitor. Wherever it is. Let's go to Atlanta instead. All right, Atlanta. Okay, so it gave us a 166 FPM at 125 knots. It looks like Atlanta and Yeah, 125 and 125. So Volanta and Alatex agree on the knots, so they don't agree on the landing rate. So we got in there. Did Volanta give us a landing rate in Seattle? 148. That's funny. That's so weird that that happened. I know. So weird. So weird. But we did have a safe and successful flight. That's all that matters. We did have a fun time landing in LAX. That was definitely centerline. Definitely centerline. Very close, but basically yes. No one's going to be perfect at it, but it's as long as you're super close to the center, that's what matters the most. Okay. Landing rate monitor, on the other hand. So, try and get that up. Oh, it's not allowing us to look at landing rate monitor. Interesting. Okay. .26 out of 157. So we'll be here for a little while. About another 20 minutes. And tomorrow we've got a long day of flying. Oh boy. Tomorrow's a long one. I'm gonna replay that landing again. In fact, I'm gonna replay it and look at it again. Make sure I'm seeing everything correctly on the landing. It's not a bad landing. I think it was better than yesterday, for sure. You know, hold on, let me check that again. Okay, let's see. I'm watching my video again. Okay. First square, second square. You know, for some reason, I think we touched down after the third square. I don't know. But it was really successful coming in. Nice sunset too. I realize that I really did a good job gliding it in. Okay, 40 packs. Here we are at LA. Oh yeah, we want to also provide the chocks as well, so watching the approach then. That felt really early too. Felt a bit early. That's why I'm not grading it I'm not grading the landing super high. I'm giving it a 75 out of 100. Could have been a little bit, I was a little bit, let me see something. I mean, I didn't feel super high. Well, maybe I did come in a bit low. Yeah, I did come in a bit low. That's the problem. Okay. I did come in a bit low. That's the issue. But definitely overall a better landing than last night. In terms of overall well-being. Definitely below 200. That's fantastic. We have 100 more packs to go. Interesting. All right. Also, let me go ahead and get the. The system. Let me go get the chocks on. Set. Done. Because those are important to keeping the aircraft stable on the ground. Oh, what in the world? taxi boarded. Getting close. Very good. Waiting for all these packs to get off, and then we'll end the flight, the stream. Tomorrow's gonna be a big one, all. Well, next week, I think next weekend we're going to, if the flight goes well tomorrow, we're gonna do Denver to Munich. So yeah.
All aircraft be advised information Golf now current. Altimeter 2984.
Alright, we're very, very close. Alright, 7 more packs. Three more. Okay, looks like that's it. So, I'm gonna do both. Well, they're cruise deboarding. That should be okay to end it here. Alright, all. Well, thank you so much for joining today. We really appreciate you tuning in, watching the stream. It's been a pleasure being the pilot today. Tomorrow we are doing Washington Dulles to London Heathrow. 6.5, 7-hour flight. So we're doing a long haul tomorrow. First flight in the A380. So it's going to be exciting. I cannot wait. It's going to be fun. So thank you all so much for joining. Really appreciate everyone for tuning in. And as always, hope you have a good night.